Honourable members, I have an announcement. It is an elementary rule of behaviour in the House that any member must address the Speaker and not direct his speech to the House or any party on either side of the House. This rule is reproduced in Standing Order 39.1 of the Standing Orders, which provides, I quote, "A member desiring to speak shall rise in his or her place, and if called upon, shall address his or her observations to the chair." The aim is to maintain the civil tone and objectivity of the debate. It also avoids personal attacks. The Honourable Béranger, during his speech on the Appropriation Bill at the sitting of Monday last, ignoring the above provisions, chose on no less than 7 occasions to deliberately address honourable members instead of the chair. The conduct of the Honourable Béranger was in clear violation of the above provisions. I am making an appeal to Honourable Béranger and to all other honourable members to stand guided by the above-mentioned rule. I thank you.
Those papers have been laid. Motion.
Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Seconded. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Next by Ministers none. Public Bill Committee of Supply.
Honourable members, I now invite the Honourable Deputy Chairman of Committees to preside over the Committee of Supply.
Please be seated.
Ministry of Land Transport and Light Rail and Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, vote 6-1, Land Transport and Light Rail.
The question is that the sum of 3,220 million rupees for vote 6-1, Land Transport and Light Rail, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. We start from subsection 6101 general, and we have 5 minutes for that. Page 185 to 192. Honourable Danu.
On the item 21.1.110, personal emoluments, can the Minister give more details?
I haven't heard the question, Mr. Speaker, sir.
On the item 21.1.110, personal emoluments, there has been an increase. Can the Minister give more details?
Which?
Page 185.
Yes, which number? 21.10.01.02?
21.1.110, personal emoluments.
21.110.
Yes, the increase in provision under some items of expenditure for payment of yearly increment, filling of funded vacancies and additional posts.
Thank you.
Item 21.110.005, extra assistance. Can we have more details? Can we know to whom it is being paid, please?
It's a provision made for payment of salaries to one advisor on information matters and one advisor on public relations. Information matters is Mr. Yann Vincent Sitaram, and public relations matters is Julien Brandon Beachicourt.
No question? So we move to the next subhead, which is the question is under the same head? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Under item 22.120, fees of which decimal 008, fees to consultants. Can we have more details with this?
These are, Mr. Chairperson. So these are, yes, this was fees paid to government printing for the purchase of material in connection with parking coupon.
You are done, Honorable Minister?
Yes, I'm done.
Honorable Béranger, you got a question?
Item 28.211 decimal 005, Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Can we have details about this, please?
These are provisions made to meet the annual contribution to the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Yes, we are a member of this institute, and so we have annual contribution. That's a PQ.
So we move to the next subhead, 6102, Traffic Management and Road Safety, which starts at page 186, goes to 187, and part of 188. And we got 10 minutes for that. Honorable Mayot.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Page 187, item 22900, decimal 952, F. Can the Minister give us details of road safety audit carried out, please? Thank you.
Yes, so
your question is on page 187, is it?
This is provision is being made for implementation of road safety measures after conducting road safety inspection. The main aim of this road safety inspection is to identify potential hazards and deficiencies and propose appropriate countermeasures to reduce the number of crashes and to minimize the crash severity.
Thank you. Honorable David.
Thank you, Chair. And the same item number, 22900, page 187, decimal 952, little a, studies and surveys. I can see that we have a yearly budget of 15 million rupees. May I know from the Honourable Minister who is carrying those studies and surveys and what is the target?
So this is provision, as I said, has been made for the implementation of measures of the National Road Safety Strategy. Firstly, you have the adaptive traffic control system and road traffic database. The project provides consulting services for the collection of road traffic data. Surveys, that is service for surveys with respect of setting up of road safety performance indicators. And then consultancy services for the setting up of a new photographic enforcement device system. The study will look into the most appropriate photographic enforcement system of latest technology of road traffic violations, which should include speed camera, red light violations camera for the new system. So it's a holistic approach of quite a few studies that will be made.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any other question on page 187? 188, under the same subhead. Thank you. So now we move to the next subhead, which is 6103, National Land Transport Authority. And this one, it starts at page, the lower part of 188, up to page 189. And again, we got 10 minutes for this subhead. We start with Honourable Mayot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 188, item 21110.001. Can the Minister inform the House why this increase in this item? Thank you.
There has been an increase. In fact, provision has been made for the payment of salary and yearly increment to 294 funded positions for 2023-2024. Number of employees in post as at May 2023 is 271.
Thank you.
So, and also, sorry, Mr. Chair, there has been an increase in provision due to payment of increment to like 10 grade of officers.
Thank you. Honorable Navamari, your question is on page 188?
189.
Let me see if we got anything. Okay, so you can go ahead with your question.
Yes, thank you. Item 25, 500.003, support to bus industry. Can we have a breakdown on this item, please?
Yes. In fact, this is a new item. The public transport industry is heavily subsidized by government with a view to keeping bus fare affordable to commuters, while also reckoning that the transport can be construed as an economic enabler. So these are several support. In fact, I can give you some more details. You have 580 million to the BCRA. You have 120 million which cater for the payment on an integration of the interim allowance of 1,000 rupees payable to TAC bus industry employees, and 120 million salary compensation. So this is it.
Honorable Béranger.
Merci. Item 25, 500.002, bus modernization scheme. Est-ce que les 225 millions qui sont alloués pour l'année budgétaire à venir concernent l'achat des 200 bus annoncés des 200 bus électriques annoncés dans le budget?
Well, it doesn't concern directly those 200 buses, but this scheme has been reviewed to provide higher subsidy to encourage bus operators to adopt electric mobility. To that effect, the budgetary provision has been increased.
Thank you. Already canvassed? Okay. Any more questions?
No. Merci.
So the question is that the sum of 3,220 million rupees for both 6.1 land transport and light rail stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Vote 6-2, Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade.
The question is that the sum of 1,531 million rupees for vote 6-2, Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, is stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. Aye. For this ministry, it will be Honorable Siratan who will be replying to your questions. Have we got any questions? No question. From page 187 to 202. As is
97 to
97.
97.
The question? Page 197 à descendu. No, we are going by subhead. 6201.
197, il y a une question.
Quelle page?
118, but this subhead. Okay. So item 22,900 over goods and services. Can we have a breakdown for this, please?
Excuse me, which item?
22,900 over goods and services.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Other goods and services, I mean, it comprises provision for uniforms, accommodation cost, passage cost. So about 400,000 rupees have been provided for uniform, 150,000 rupees for accommodation cost, and 150,000 rupees for passage cost.
Thank you. Honorable David.
Thank you, Chair. Page 198. I'm reading from subhead 6202.
No.
No?
We are not there yet.
Okay.
We are there
Honorable Lakshman
yet. We're already there yet. I've just replied for 22.9.
No. He's under subhead 6202. The question you replied.
I just replied for that.
No. It is the same number, but not under the same heading.
Okay.
Honorable Lakshman Roy. Sorry.
Already canvassed.
Honorable Navamari.
Page 199?
No, not yet.
No?
Okay, we move to the next subhead 6202. Honorable David.
Chair. So 6202, page 198, item 22900, other goods and services, decimal 014, hospitality and ceremonies. I can see that every year we have a budget of 3 million, except for this new financial year where this budget has been doubled to 6 million. Is there anything special happening this year behind this increase?
Yes, Chair. In fact, the items provided under this particular vote is with regard to a plenary session on piracy and conference on maritime security, which is going to be hosted by Mauritius this year. And a sum of 2.5 million rupees has been provided for this year. Unlike for last year, it was only 500,000 rupees. But there are also a sum of 1.5 million rupees have been also provided for the setting up of a diaspora cell for 1.5 million rupees. That explains the increase in expenditure.
189, page 189. 199. Honorable Navamari.
Sir, thank you. Item 31112, decimal 408, upgrading of Chancery's staff residence. Are these rented buildings? If yes, why do we need to upgrade them?
To which one, which residents are we referring to?
All of them, New Delhi, London, Paris, Washington, and Brussels.
No.
Sorry?
Honorable Navamari, this one item. Either subhead A, B, C, D, or E, but not all. Only one.
But it is the same item.
No, it is not. Even the city is not the same. Now, I don't
Okay.
have the time, so next question. Honorable Lakshman Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Can the Honourable Minister provide further details with regard to item 31121, decimal 801, transport equipment, acquisition of vehicles?
Hold on, Honorable Lakshman Roy. Honorable Navamari, yesterday I mentioned that. If you got any issues, you better talk to your whip. Okay?
He's absent.
Your Chair, with regard to the question put to me for items 31121.801, provision is being made for the purchase of 2 vehicles for the missions in Beijing and in Paris. So 5 million rupees have been provided for this item.
Honorable Béranger.
Item 31111, decimal 011, consultancy services and construction of High Commissioner's residence. Il n'y a pas de provision faite pour l'année budgétaire à venir, mais pour les suivantes, oui. Peut-on avoir une explication, s'il vous plaît?
You're referring to which
31111, decimal 011. Yes, 11.
Consultancy services for the High Commissioner's residence in New Delhi, right? So, this is the amount provided for the construction of a High Commissioner's residence in New Delhi, a new one, So the project value is 26.3 million rupees, and we are yet to appoint a consultant, so that's why the amount is provided for the appointment of that consultancy services. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Danu.
Thank you, Chair. Under item 31112.047, construction of chancery and staff residence Madagascar. Can we have more details?
The Madagascar, yes. Provision being made for the continuation of the consultancy for the construction of the building in Madagascar. So that is amount being provided for that services.
Honorable Jival.
Thank you, Chair. At page 199, item 26210/058, concerning SADC and affiliated institution. Can we know why such a significant increase?
23. SADC. All right. The increase in contribution is due to additional funds for SAMIM, adopted at the SADC Extraordinary Summit in June 2021 and extended from July 2022 to July 2023. So SAMIM is the standby force mission in Mozambique.
Honorable Nagalingam. Already come back. Honorable Utim.
Your Chair, item 31112.408, upgrading Chancery staff resident, subsection C, Paris, renovation of staff resident. I know from the Honourable Minister, where is this residence located in Paris, and whether it is a rented premises or it is owned by the Mauritian government, the Mauritian state?
The residence is situated at Quai de Grenelle in Paris, and it is a government-owned premise.
Time is over for this subhead.
Subhead 623.
We now move to subhead 6203. International trade.
Page 200.
It's on page 200. Honorable Mayot.
Yes, Chair. Item 26210.176. Can the Honourable Minister provide information about the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, please?
Say it again, please. Which item?
Item 26210.176. African Regional Intellectual Property Organization.
Just before capital expenditure.
All right. So there's an annual contribution of Mauritius to ARIPO of which is $41,850 and $5,000 to the ARIPO Reserve Fund. Yep.
Honorable Juan.
Your Chair. Item 22030, rent, page 200. Can we get more details about the rent?
Rent. Yes, the amount of 7 million rupees have been provided for at Made in Muse, level 4, which is rented for the International Trade Division, and also provisions made for the rental for the Sterling House at level 11 for the Industrial Property Office.
Honorable Nagalingam.
Item 22120.008, fees of which to consultant. Can I have some information, some detail on that item?
Yes, fees to consultant. There are fees to chairpersons and members. And members of boards, 400,000 rupees have been provided for. Also fees for training, courses to be provided by the Civil Service College, and also fees to consultants with regard to capacity building and assistance in processing geographical indication applications for targeted sectors.
Honorable Navamari.
Thank you. Same item, 22.120.008, fees to consultants, geographical indication applications for targeted sectors, EU funded. Could we know what are these targeted sectors?
I've just replied to this question, Mr. Chair. I said capacity building and assistance in processing geographical indication applications for targeted sectors are partly to be EU funded.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Honorable Béranger.
Item 22.900 over goods and services, decimal 014. There is a substantial increase in the amount allocated for hospitality and ceremonies. Can we have more details, please?
Yes, for goods and services, there's about 56,000 rupees provided for uniforms, and also 1 million rupees provided this year for hospitality and ceremonies. These are provision made to meet payment of expenses in connection with seminars and workshops. And this year, the increase is due to the holding of 8 workshops for this financial year.
Thank you. Honorable Kim.
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to know the last item, 31.122.402, upgrading of IT equipment. May we know what IT equipment is referred to here?
IT equipment, yes. An amount is for the modernization of the IP office, and also provision is made for the purchase of IT equipment for the IPO, like I said, with the addition to the WIPO administered treaties.
Because we got 1 minute, I'm giving you exceptionally its second question on the same page. Okay?
Item 22.070, cleaning services. Can I know from the Minister the name of the contractor?
Yes, Chair. The name of the contractor is Clean for the cleaning services of the office in Meiji News, and also payment is made for Pest Control Services Limited, and also for the building at Sterling House, the contractor is Sotra Clean Limited.
Thank you. Honorable Asyabadan. Yeah.
Je voudrais savoir, sub-aide 6.202.
Oui.
Item number 1, ambassadeur. Je vois que ça sort de 20 pour 25. Est-ce qu'on a l'intention d'augmenter le nombre d'ambassadeurs et dans quel pays?
Yes, the number of ambassadors is going to be increased, and yeah, it's going to be increased.
Okay.
As far as I know, they are promotional posts for officers that are on the establishment to be promoted to ambassadorial position. So I'm told that in the past there were total number of 24 ambassadors in post, 6 carrier ambassadors and 18 ambassadors appointed on contract, and so this is going to be for carrier ambassadors that are going to be promoted to ambassador status.
Okay. Page 202. Any question? No question. So, the question is that the sum of 1,531 million rupees for vote 6-2 Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade is then part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Vote 6-3 Human Rights Division.
The question is that the sum of 27 million rupees for vote 6-3 Human Rights Division is then part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no.
Aye.
We got 5 minutes for this section, for this vote item, and we got 3 pages, 203, 204, and 205. So, any question on page 203? No. 204, Honorable Navamari.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Item 22,900.932, Human Rights Awareness. Can we have a breakdown of expenses under this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There is an amount of 800,000 rupees that have been provided for human rights awareness. And this is also to mark the celebration of the Human Rights Day. Also for capacity building and sensitization on that particular item. A sum of 400,000 rupees have also been provided in respect to the National Museum for reporting and follow-up, and 125,000 rupees provided for expenses in regard to the National Humanitarian Law Committee.
Thank you. We are still on page 204. Any question? If you don't have, we'll then move to page 205. Pas de question? Okay. The question is that the sum of 27 million rupees for vote 6-3 Human Rights Division is then part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development, vote 7-1 Finance, Economic Planning and Development.
The question is that the sum of 5,967 million rupees for vote 7-1 Finance, Economic Planning and Development is then part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. Aye. So we got 25 minutes for the section 7.71. We are going to take by subheads. So 7101, we got 5 minutes for it. And it starts from page 211. This one was on. Honorable Juman, is it 211 or 12?
11.
Okay.
11 and 12.
Let's take one by one.
21,110, decimal 005, extra assistance. Can we have a breakdown?
110. Yes. Extra provision made for the remuneration of 6 advisors on contract and the Commissioner for the Protection of Borrowers. It's the advisors, it's Mr. Gupta, 132,000 rupees per month, Dr. Narayanan, 219,000 rupees per month, Mr. Salim Mohamed, 94,500 rupees, Mrs. Tatya, 66,200 rupees, Mr. Rupan, 103,875 rupees, Mr. Aruf, 97,625 rupees. For the Commissioner for the Protection of Borrowers, Mr. Offray, 110,125 rupees.
Honorable Joanna Béranger, 212. Laisse-moi le So, 212. We now move to page 212 and we start Honorable Ashyavadan. 212.
Thank you, Chair. Monsieur le ministre, à la page 212, à l'item 26313, décimal 161, Mori Facilities Management Company Limited. Je vois qu'en estimé de 2022-2023, c'était à 450 millions. Et ça a passé près d'1 milliard, 975 millions. On peut savoir combien de personnes est employées par Mori Facilities Management Limited et que fait cette organisation?
Wait a second. Mori Facilities.
Honorable Minister, please use your mic.
As at date, the company employs 1,242 cleaning technicians under the National Cleanup Program. Et c'était quoi la deuxième question? Ils font que nettoyage.
Honorable Dulab.
Thank you, Chair. Item 22030, rent, an amount of 6,935,000 is being earmarked. Can we have more details pertaining to this item, please?
The increase in provision is mainly to cater for new office space and parking slots for the internal control cadre. Expression of interest for office space has already been launched. The breakdown of monthly rent, ANSIA building, I'm saying at a rate of 24,000 monthly. St. James Court, at a rate of 62,000 rupees monthly. The proposed office space for internal control cadre, total usable area between 430 to 470 square meters, to be located within a radius of around 1.5 kilometers from Government House. Rental or parking slots breakdown, you've got 10 slots at Max City, 17 slots at NPF Building, 1 slot at Landscope Mauritius. Additional parking slot, 19 slots at Mobank, and proposed 5 slots for staff of the internal control cadre.
Honorable Utim.
Thank you, Chair. Item 22,900, decimal 806. There is the provision of 10 million rupees in connection with the MOU with Infrastructure and Project Authority. May I know what is this Infrastructure and Project Authority and what does this budgeted amount relates to?
So it's 806. MOU with Infrastructure and Project Authority. Provision made for the implementation of the agreement signed between MOFED, the ministry, and IPA of United Kingdom for capacity building and training to local public bodies, sharing of experience and expertise in addressing delays and bottlenecks, and sharing of best practices in project and contract management in respect to capital project life cycle at all levels, such as planning, preparation, appraisal, procurement, implementation, commissioning, evaluation, and monitoring. Furthermore, its provision also made for hosting of conferences, seminars, and workshops.
Honorable Juval.
Thank you, Chair. At page 212, under item 26313.20, Gambling Regulatory Authority. Can we know why such an increase?
Increase in provision is mainly due to compensation of employees with the filling of 32 vacancies and 9 additional posts, office equipment and furniture, 2.3 million, consultancy fees, 1 million, and others, 2.4 million. For the compensation of employees, a surplus of 9.3 million.
We now move to page 213 under the same subhead. Any question? Okay. We now move to the next subhead, which is 7102, Procurement Policy Office. We got 5 minutes for this. Honorable Sikian.
Yeah. For item 22-120, fees, can we know the details of the amount disbursed and why is it for next year there is such an increase?
Increase in provision due to the hiring of a consultant to devise sustainable requirements for the procurement of sustainable projects. There is fees to chairperson and members of boards of committees, fees for training, fees to consultant, and you have asked for yes next year. There was, can I? Yeah, for next year, there will be an increase. Provision is being made for the hiring of a consultant to devise the sustainable requirement for the procurement of sustainable projects. That's why the increase.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to 21-110-005, extra assistant, may we have details about to whom this is paid and how much?
Provision made for payment of salaries to 2 members on contract, Mr. Debi Singh, 97,625 rupees, Mr. Reshad Jiwan, 97,625 rupees monthly.
Thank you. Honorable Danu.
Thank you, Chair. Item 311132.0801, acquisition of software. May we have more details from the Honorable Minister?
Provision made for implementation of e-data management system for registry.
Honorable David.
Thank you, Chair. Item 22060, maintenance, decimal 005, IT equipment. Je vois qu'à partir de cette nouvelle année financière, le budget alloué va augmenter de 16 à 22 millions de roupies. Puis-je savoir qui est le fournisseur de cette maintenance et la raison de cette augmentation? Merci.
There is an increase in provision due to the acquisition of license for net backup for virtual machines hosted at Government Online Center. Payment for maintenance agreement and technical support fee for the e-procurement system of the warranty period of 1 year is around 16.29 million payable in 23-24 to Next Tenders PVT Limited.
Honorable Navamari. Any question on page 213? No. So we move to next subhead 7103, Independent Review Panel. It's the upper part of page 214. We got 5 minutes for this. Honorable Tim.
Item 2110, personnel amendment. May we know the composition of the independent review panel and their salary package?
Composition of... So, the composition of the independent review panel and the chair and the fees. So, for the chairperson, it's 77,000 rupees monthly. It's Mrs. Ramano. For the vice chairperson, it's 49,000 rupees monthly. It's Mr. Ganesh. For the members, it's 28,350 rupees monthly. You've got Mr. Namdarkan, Mr. Gatani, Mr. Mangra, and Mr. Raghubar.
Honorable Béranger.
Thank you. Item 22.120 fees. Can we have a breakdown, please?
2229.
But already given the, is the same, the fees to the chairperson?
You have already replied. You have already given the...
Yeah, I've already given the...
Honorable
Yeah, same
Nagalingam.
answer. Same answer.
Honorable Nagalingam.
Item 21210.001, contribution to the National Saving Fund. I have some detail.
Contribution to National Saving Fund provision refers to contribution to NSF, staff and officers on contract as required under the National Savings Fund Act of 1995. Government contributes 2.5% of basic salary for civil servants. The maximum salary on which contribution is payable is 25,435 rupees as from 1st of July 2022. At retirement, an employee receives a lump sum over and above other retiring benefits.
Honorable Juman.
Next. 7104.
No, not yet. Honorable Boulel? No?
No, when we reach 704.
Okay. Honorable Navamari?
Yes, page 214, item 21110, personal emoluments. Could we know the number of cases referred to the IRP?
Funded position 6. What was your answer? Your question?
The question is whether you could give us the number of cases referred to the IRP.
Total case filed. Case heard by the IRP in 2022, 2023, 18 cases. 6 with merit, 10 no merit, 2 cases withdrawn.
Thank you. Honorable Nagalingam, a last one.
Yes, item 22060, item maintenance. I see there has been an increase. And I know who is doing the maintenance, the firm or the...
Maintenance, provision made for maintenance of building repairs and maintenance of IT equipment. I don't have it with me. We'll table it. Okay, good. Thank you.
Time is over. We now move to subhead 7104, Assessment Review Committee. And we are talking here of the bottom half of 214 and top part of the page 215. Again, we got 5 minutes. Honorable Juman.
Thank you, Chair. 21110, decimal 005, extra assistance, and also the number of cases treated at the level of ARC.
Extra assistance, provision made for payment of allowance to members of ARC. Members, they are having 96,295 rupees monthly. You've got Mrs. Sonaori, Mr. Mathura, Mr. Gulam, Mr. Chan Yukfi, Mr. Ragnat, Mrs. Subaran, Mrs. Ram Baitilingam, Mr. Sisankar, Mr. Mestri. Number of cases. Number of cases, June 22, May 23, case settled, 2,009 917, case pending 3,326, making a total of 6,243.
Honorable Tim.
Yes, thank you. Under personal emoluments, I would like to know whether any provision is made to increase the number of committee vice chairperson in view of the heavy backload at the level of ARC has been criticized in the report of the Director of National Audit.
There is in the other staff cost where there is an increase in provision due to recruitment of additional staff. There are provision made for existing members only and chairperson. Okay.
We now move to page 215 under the same subhead. No. We then move to next subhead, which is 7105, Economic Research and Planning Bureau. It's on the bottom half of page 215. And we got 5 minutes. Honorable Boulel, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Item 21, compensation of employees, personal emoluments. Can we be apprised as to the number of people working in the Economic Research and Planning Bureau, and and as to the allowances drawn, if you could be apprised, Minister?
So, for the compensation, for the personal emoluments, there are 17 funded positions, and we've got 9 in post. The increase is due to payment of annual increment.
Honorable Tim.
Yes, under the item of personal emolument, can we know the name of the director of this bureau and whether they have published any report last year?
The director is not yet appointed.
Honorable Béranger.
Item 22120, fees. Il y a une grosse diminution dans l'allocation faite pour cet item entre l'année budgétaire passée et celle à venir. Peut-on avoir une explication, s'il vous plaît?
Decrease in provision due to non-recruitment of consultants to assist the Bureau and build capacity in the area of socio-economic planning.
We now move to page 216. Dr. Boulel. Honorable Ashawaden. Okay.
Yes. 216, Monsieur le Ministre. À l'item sub-head 701, l'item 37, tout au bas. Je vois que Assistant Financial Operation Officer, vous avez proposé d'augmenter le nombre de 36 à 73. Parce que, en fait, c'est le double.
55.
Je veux savoir le pourquoi de cette augmentation du Assistant Financial Operation Officer.
To cater for a succession plan in view of the high rate of national attrition in the cadre. The cadre.
Any more questions? 217. Dr. Honorable Boulel.
Thank you very much, sir. In respect of subhead 7102, a procurement policy office, can the Honorable Minister inform us as to who's the director and the number of cases that they've dealt with in relation to procurement, and as to whether the staff is adequate? Thank you.
For the Procurement Policy Office, the director is Mr. Rambo John, appointed on 15 September 2020 for a period of 3 years. And the other question?
Whether it is adequately staffed and they are able to deal with the cases referred in relation to procurement?
I think so.
Your answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay. Any more question? No. So the question is that the sum of 5,976,000,000 rupees for both 7.1, Finance, Economic Planning and Development, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Vote 7.2, Central Procurement Board.
The question is that the sum of 74,900,000 rupees for both 7.2 Central Procurement Board stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no.
Aye.
So it is, we got 5 minutes for that. On page 218. The question on page, Honorable 2.
Thank you, Chair. Capital expenditure, item 31, acquisition of non-financial asset. May we know what this provision is about?
It's acquisition of IT equipment. According to IT security report, server is outdated and out of support since January 2020. Provision is made for acquisition of a new server at CBP in financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Under item 22-120, fees to assessors, can the Honorable Minister table the list of all the assessors and fees paid to them in the past year?
Honorable Bullen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Item 22-030, rent. I see there's a relative increase in budgetary provision compared to last year's estimates. If the Honorable Minister can apprise us and give us a breakdown in respect of rent.
Rent. Provision made for the renting of office space at the NPF building, Rosil, payable to National Pension Fund. The increase is due to rise in price of new contract period from the 1st March 2023 to 28 February 2026. Prices are inclusive of VAT.
Honorable Béranger.
Item 22-900 over goods and services. Can we have a breakdown, please?
Uniforms, provision made for payment of uniform to driver, office auxiliaries and officers of the procurement and supply cadre and receptionist, catering, hospitality and ceremonies and service charges.
Honorable Nagalingam.
22070, cleaning services. Can I know who is the contractor, please?
Cleaning, provision made for cleaning of office premises, regular deep cleaning due to safety of some prison. Maintenance car parking annex to CPB. Will table, we don't have the name. Will be circulated, we don't have it with us.
Honorable Navarre-Marie.
So thank you. Item 21-110, personal emoluments. Could we know the composition of the Central Procurement Board and the fees paid to each of the members?
So the composition of this CPB board and monthly remuneration, Mr. Prayag, Chairman, 164,000 650 rupees. Mr. Ragan, Vice Chairman, 139,000 rupees, 650 rupees. Mr. Chagru, Vice Chairman, 139,650 rupees. Mr. Senek, Member, 89,650 rupees. Mr. Serali, 89,650 rupees. Mr. Ramdoni, 89,650 rupees.
We now move to page 219. Pas de questions? 220, page 220. No? Okay. So the question is that the sum of 74,900,000 rupees for both Central Procurement Board is then part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Vote 7, Free Treasury.
The question is that the sum of 231,600,000 rupees for both 7.3 Treasury is then part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no.
Aye.
So Treasury, it is section 7.3. We start from page 221 up to page 223, and we got 5 minutes for that. Honorable Utim.
Yes, item 22,060, maintenance, IT equipment, 44 million rupees. May we know from the Honorable Minister who these maintenance fees are paid to?
Okay, so I will table it later. Okay, I don't have it with me. I can give the description of the what is it for the. You've got the renewal of Oracle licenses. Yeah, at 27,600,000 rupees. IT application service and Oracle support. 2,700,000 rupees. Hardware maintenance agreement. Task server. 13,700,000 rupees. I will table the name of the supplier.
Honorable Juman.
Page 222.
No, 20.
Item 31.
Which page you are?
222.
No, we are still on page 221.
You said you are taking all the free page.
Any more question on page 221? Okay, then you can have a question.
31,122.802, acquisition of IT equipment. We know if the contract has already been allocated and to whom?
Provision made for acquisition of a new server costing 45 million rupees to replace an existing server which was purchased in-house, HRMIS and TAS, and which currently has a high maintenance cost. You have asked whether we have done it. It's provision.
Contract already allocated for a new one?
No. Dr. Boulel.
Very much, sir. Intangible fixed asset, decimal 801, acquisition of software with a budgetary provision of 7.8 billion. If the Minister be kind enough to tell us who is the supplier of this software, please.
Of software, upgrading of tasks from version R12.1.x to R12.2.8. Just give me 1 second. Not yet awarded.
Page 223, unless anyone has got a question on 222. 223? No? So the question is that the sum of 231,600,000 rupees for both 7.3 Treasury is then part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Vote 7-4, Statistics Mauritius.
The question is at the sum of 281,800,000 rupees for vote 7-4 Statistics Mauritius is 10 part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Aye.
We got 5 minutes for this section 7-4, which starts as page 224 and it goes up to page 226. So we start from page 224. Dr. Honorable Boulel.
Thank you very much, sir. Item 22.130, studies and surveys, with a budgetary provision that has decreased compared to last year's estimate. So I suppose some of the surveys and studies have been completed. So if the Minister could inform the House as to the number of studies and surveys carried out and the number of studies that have been made public.
So the decrease in provision is mainly due to completion of housing and population census and to cater for ongoing surveys for household budget survey, census of economic activities, continuous multipurpose household survey, and new plan for census of agriculture and living conditions survey.
Honorable Lakshman Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Under item 22.120, fees, can the Honourable Minister provide details pertaining to this item? Thank you.
Fees. Fees to chairmen and members of board and committees. So you've got the chairperson is Mr. Cartier, 50,000 rupees monthly. Mr. Daunat, 20,000 monthly. Ramkelon, 20,000 monthly. Mr. Itu, 20,000 rupees monthly. Mr. Toplan, 20,000 rupees monthly. Mr. Genodi, 20,000 rupees monthly. Mr. Ramasomi, 20,000 rupees monthly. Mr. Bigu, 20,000 rupees. You've got also fees for training. There are provision made to meet expenses in relation to training of staff. Got also in service training for statistical officers, senior statistical officers. The different training is certificate in advanced statistics, certificate in data science and programming, training in advanced Excel, Civil Service College Mauritius course.
Thank you. Honorable Amiamia.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On page 224, I'll come back to the studies and surveys, 22.130. The Minister just gave the reason for the decrease. But I will ask him, every year, a huge amount. Last year it was 300 million, this year 100 million. What is the details and the components of such a huge figure?
So for the surveys, 30 million rupees around 30 million rupees for the housing and population census, 29.7 million rupees household budget survey, 13.7 million rupees census of economic activities, 17.8 million rupees continuous multipurpose household survey, 3.2 million rupees survey of inbound, outbound and domestic visitors, consumer price index, 1 million rupees, living condition survey, 3.6 million rupees, census of agriculture, 1.1 million rupees.
Thank you. We now move to page 225. Dr. Honorable Boulel. No? Honorable Lakshman Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Under item 31.132.103, intangible fixed assets, statistical e-platform, Mustat. Can we have a status on this, please? Thank you.
The implementation of Mustat is co-funded by Statistic Mauritius and the UNDP as follows. Statistic Mauritius contribution $500,000, the UNDP 100,000 USD. A part payment of 500,000 by Statistic Mauritius has already been effected in financial year 2021-2022. A tender to procure the service of a solution provider was launched by the UNDP. No bid was retained by UNDP since price quoted were higher than the project value. Consequently, UNDP relaunched the bidding exercise. New bids received have been evaluated by UNDP. The contract has already been allocated and the supplier has already started to work since May 2023.
Honorable Navamari.
Yes, thank you. Item 31122, decimal 802, acquisition of IT equipment. Last year we voted a sum of 10 million rupees, and this year we are asked to vote a sum of 5 million rupees. Could we know who is the supplier for last year?
The Corporate and Business Registration Department.
The question is that the sum of 157 million rupees for both 75 Corporate and Business Registration Department is then part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Aye.
So here we're talking of
5 minutes.
8 minutes. 8 minutes, and we have 3 pages, 227, 28, and 229. We start with Honorable 2.
Chairperson, vote item 22900, decimal 036, expenses in connection with extensible business reporting. May we have the detail of this reporting system?
Provision made for payment to Mauritius Network Services for electronic filing of financial statements in XBRL format for large companies as to create a standardized format for financial reporting. The decrease in provision is due to turnover threshold for small private companies, which has increased from 50 million to 100 million rupees.
Honorable Amir.
Yes, on page 227, rent 22030, rent with an amount of 23 million rupees. May we have the details and the breakdown of this figure?
Right. Increase in provision as per existing contractual agreement. Rental of building as renting of office space at a monthly all-inclusive rent of 1.184 million rupees at 1 cathedral square Port Louis. Office space at 1 cathedral square at a monthly all-inclusive rent of 143,000 rupees. Office space again at 1 cathedral square at a monthly all-inclusive rent of 346,000 rupees. Rental of parking slots, 2 parking slots payable to Max City Property Limited, and rental of facilities for events, provision made to meet expenses in connection with workshop to be organized by CBRD.
Thank you. Honorable Kira, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 22060, maintenance, an amount of nearly 12 million has been budgeted for 23-24. Can we have some details regarding this amount, please?
Yes, provision made for maintenance, cost of building, plants and equipment. And also for buildings 50 million. No, 50,000. Sorry. Plants and equipment 100,000. Vehicles and motorcycles 135,000 rupees. For IT equipment, there's a provision of 11,700,000 rupees for the maintenance.
Honorable Nagalingam. Item 22070, cleaning services. I see there has been an increase. Can I know detail of that item and who is the contractor?
Provision made for payment of cleaning fees to Moriclean Limited and Hygiene Team Services for a monthly amount of 25 million, for 25,000 as per new contract agreement.
Honorable Utim. Yes, 2220 fees. So, may I know this 1 million rupees is payable for what purpose?
Increase in provision as more officers will be attending training courses. Fees to chairperson and members of boards and committees. The chairman the chairman is Jean-Paul de Chazal. The members are Mr. Jagannath, Mr. Chung, Mr. Sokping, Miss Bandon.
Thank you. We now move to page 228. We start with Honorable Lakshman Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Under item 31132, intangible fixed asset, decimal 401, upgrading of ICT infrastructure, corporate and business registration integrated system 3.0. This seems to be a new item in this budget. Can you please provide more details with regard to this ICT infrastructure upgrading? Thank you.
So the CBRIS, Corporate and Business Registration Integrated System 3.0, was developed in 2006 to enable online incorporation of companies. This platform consisted of only an online form for incorporation and online database. Over the years, the CBRIS was upgraded and modules were added to the platform to cater for the new roles of the CBRIS. However, the current system has some structural issues which need to be addressed for a more efficient process to start a business. The online payment module is outdated, lack of statistics, inability to reconcile data from the MNS from end and the CBRIS in some cases, and pushing data from CBRIS to MNS, inability to view certificate issued by the CBRD, updated and addition of new modules on the CBRIS is a lengthy process, one system and different portals, and frequent system downtime. Taking into consideration the issues mentioned, a new architecture, the CBRIS 3.0, incorporating the front end and back end of the system, has to be developed to cater for all the activities of the CBRD. This program will cost approximately 30 million rupees and will be implemented over 3 years.
Thank you. Honorable Béranger. Honorable 2. So we move to page 229. Dr. Honorable Boulel.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, the position titles are funded, but there are 3 posts which are yet to be filled. Vacancies exist.
Which line number?
The vote 75. You'll see that, there are 3 posts, 3 vacancies yet to be filled.
The total you're talking about? Total.
Yeah, total.
Okay. Total.
Yes.
When these vacancies are going to be filled?
The scheme of service is being finalized.
Honorable Utim.
Under item 11, Deputy Official Receiver, there is no amount budgeted to fill this position. So may I know from the Honourable Minister the number of cases that is currently being handled by the official receiver and whether he feels that it is adequately staffed? Why we're not appointing this deputy?
There is no provision. The scheme of service for the post is under process. One chief compliance officer has been assigned the duties of the post against payment of an allowance.
Time is over. The question is that the sum of 157 million rupees for vote 7.5, Corporate and Business Registration Department, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Vote 7.6, Registrar General's Department.
The question is that the sum of 166... I'll take again, Dr. Boulel, if you can just avoid interrupting me, please. The question is that the sum of 166 million and 500,000 rupees for 476 Registrar General's Department stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Aye.
We got 5 minutes for this item, for this vote, and we got 3 pages, 230, 231, and 232. We start from page 230. We got a question from Honorable Amia.
On page 230, item number 21.110.005, extra assistance. May I have the details and the breakdown of this figure?
Provision is made for the recruitment on contractual basis of an attorney for a period of 1 year who will be responsible for the recovery of arrears of taxes and duties. Provision.
Honorable Nagalingam.
Item 22060, maintenance. There has been an increase. Can we have more details?
Increase is mainly due to a rise in the cost of maintenance of plant and equipment, mainly air conditioners and of IT equipment, and increase in exchange rate.
Honorable Béranger.
Thank you. Item 21.110, Personal Emoluments. Peut-on savoir qui est à la tête du Registrar General Department, s'il vous plaît?
Mrs. Deonani Arinag is the Registrar General since her appointment on 17 February 2021.
We move to page 231. Dr. Honorable Boulel.
Thank you very much, sir. Capital expenditure item 31, 132, decimal 401, upgrading of ICT infrastructure, with a budgetary provision of 32 million. Will the Minister be kind enough to inform the House as to whom the contract has been awarded, whether it was an open bid or a restrictive bid? Thank you.
Increase is due to provision being made for renovation work and upgrading of toilets and installation of handrails on 3 ledges of the 6th floor of the Emmanuel Anctil building. Contract not been awarded yet.
Honorable Dulab.
Thank you, Chair. Same item number, decimal 802, acquisition of IT equipment. We note an increase of around 6.4 million. Can we have the reasons thereof? Thank you.
Acquisition of IT equipment, acquisition of Norway registered development equipment at GOC reaching end of life and needing replacement. So you've got the sound system, 350,000 rupees. The sound storage, 1,500,000 rupees. The controller, including the license, also at 6 million rupees. The switch network at 100,000 rupees. 36 PCs at 2.1 million rupees. 19 all-in-one at 1.4 million rupees. And 30 tablets at 600,000 rupees.
Honorable Kiran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the same item, which is upgrading of ICT infrastructure, for 2022-23, an amount of 33.94 million was earmarked. Can we know from this amount how much was spent and to whom the contract was awarded?
So, upgrading of ICT infrastructure in financial year 2022-2023, the MERP Enhancement MasterCard Payment Gateway Service implementation in May 2023, 22,272 USD. The MERP Enhancement Interest Rate Module, 29,400 USD. That's what has been expended.
Honorable 2. Honorable Ashman Roy.
Already canvassed.
Thank you. We then move to page 232. No question? The question is that the sum of 166,500,000 rupees for both 7-6 Registrar General's Department stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Centralized Services of Government, vote 23-1, centrally managed expenses of government.
The question is that the sum of 3,550,000,000 rupees for vote 23-1, centrally managed expenses of government stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Aye.
So we are on page 474 and we have 10 minutes for this item. Honorable here I see 474.
Yes.
474 here?
Yeah.
Honorable Mayat.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Item 22180, mission expenses, ministers, delegates, and officials. Can the Honorable Minister give us more details about that item? Thank you.
The provision is required as follows: 113 million for meeting the cost of air tickets, hotel accommodation, and per diem for overseas mission undertaken by ministers, delegates, and officials, and 15 million to meet the cost of participation of Mauritius in respect of G20 meetings in India.
Done? Honorable Amir Mia.
Yes, on page 474, on centrally managed expenses for government, can I ask the Honorable Minister on item number 21210, defined contribution pension scheme, where is an amount of 800 million what is being budgeted. May we have the details and breakdown, but also the mechanism behind how we arrive at this estimate, as this budget of 800 million, and also it is in respect to which ministry, whether we have local authorities and statutory bodies included in it?
The scheme is in respect of officers joining the civil service as from January 2013. The 2013 PRB report recommended the implementation of a contributory defined contribution pension scheme for all new entrants in the public sector, central government, local authorities, RRA, and all parastatal bodies as from January 2013 to ensure the long-term sustainability of pension funds. And the provision for all ministries or centralized expenses.
Honorable members, just to avoid any confusion, I had already announced yesterday that keeping with past practices, the votes for centralized services of government will be taken out of turn. Okay? So let's give a chance to Honorable Danu now.
Thank you, Chair. Under item 28211, transfers to non-profit institution, .024, financial support to religious bodies. Can you have more details from the Honorable Minister?
So, provision made for payment of a monthly grant to religious bodies under two schemes, namely the per capita subsidy scheme and the fixed grant scheme. The increase in provision, there is a high provision made to cater for a 15% increase in the grant to religious bodies as from July 2023. In addition, a one-off grant of 10 million will be provided to religious bodies from the National Resilience Fund. Presently, there are 11 federations that are benefiting from the per capita subsidy scheme. These federations are as follows: Roman Catholic Diocese, Mauritian Sanatan Dharma Temple Federation, Board of Wakaf Commissioners, Mauritius Tamil Temple Federation, Arya Sabha Mauritius, Mauritius Arya Ravivet Pancharini Sabha, Mauritius Galu Rajput Mahasabha, Mauritius Telugu Mahasabha, Mauritius Marathi Mandali Federation, Anglican Diocese of Mauritius, and Presbyterian Church.
Thank you. Dr. Honorable Bulel, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Item 22180, mission expenses. I see that there's been a provision being made in this year for the next financial year. And this is quite substantial, 128 million. Can we be apprised as to how this money is going to be spent? Who's flying, who will not fly, who will stay, who will use AI, you know? So,
the Honorable Minister saying he just provided the information.
Provided they stay behind.
Sorry?
Provided they don't fly.
Yeah,
I just give details, I can come back on it.
No need to come back on that. We've got several questions. Let's listen to Honorable Kira.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 22160, overseas training. An amount of 12 million has been budgeted for 23-24. Can we have some details regarding this item?
Provision required in respect of overseas training programs for public offices. The provision is made up as follows: 7 million rupees for payment of air tickets and 5 million rupees for payment of subsistence allowance. Prior to financial year 2023-2024, the cost of overseas training was being met under item 22180, mission expenses, to this vote.
Honorable Lakshman Roy.
Already canvassed, but I have one for 475, page 475.
745 is another section. Another vote. Honorable Ashyavadan.
Je voudrais retourner sur la question de l'honorable Boulel à la page 474, l'item 2280. Mission expenses dont le ministre n'a pas répondu. Et
non, j'ai répondu.
Je peux? Can I? Yeah. Oui. Alors, je vois que l'augmentation de 50 millions à 128 millions. Est-ce qu'il y a des conférences qui ont apparu pour que le gouvernement décide de voyager à cette vitesse l'année prochaine?
So I'm going to start again because, I will come back on this. Provision was required as follows. 113 million for meeting the cost of air tickets, hotel accommodation and per diem for overseas mission undertaken by ministers, delegates and officials, and 15 million to meet the cost of participation of Mauritius in respect of G20 meetings in India. So I can give some more detail. As at 31st May 2023, 102.3 million has been as follows: 47 million for purchase of air tickets, 49 million for subsistence allowance, 3.3 million for hotel accommodation, and 2.2 million for other expenses such as traveling costs. The provision for mission expense was reduced significantly following the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, in 2013, 10 years back, a sum of 113.6 million rupees was spent on overseas mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Tim. Yes, thank you. On this very same item, 22,180 mission expenses, and from the Honorable Minister, out of the 128 million that is budgeted, what is the amount budgeted for mission relating to parliamentary affairs of the speakers and members of parliament?
I don't have this. As and when.
You may be surprised.
So we take the vote. The question is that the sum of 3,550 million rupees for vote 23-1, centrally managed expenses of government, is 10 part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it.
Vote 24-1, centrally managed initiatives of government.
The question is that the sum of 20,475 million rupees for vote 24-1, centrally managed initiative of government, is 10 part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no.
Aye.
So we got 15 minutes for this item, and 15 minutes for this item, and we start from page 475 to 477. Honorable Usman Mohammed.
Thank you, Chair. Item 22,900.098, expenses in connection, demolition of building and structure, 100 million rupees has been budgeted this year. Could this be referring to the Emmanuel Octil building by any chance? Because we've debated a lot on this in Parliament, and the leader of the opposition has even qualified it as a coup d'etat.
You put your question.
I'm not going in the remarks. I'm just going to give some information. Yes, provision made to meet expenses in connection with the demolition of the Emmanuel Octil building.
Thank you. Honorable Utim.
Under item 2110.010, service to Mauritius program. May I know from the Honorable Minister the number of people who applied for a post and the number thereof which was given a position under that program last year?
Provision was made for payment of allowance to 300 interns under the Service to Mauritius program. Presently, there are 201 interns, including 7 laureates and 2 persons with disability, who have been posted in various ministries and departments. It is expected that some 99 interns would be enlisted in the next financial year.
Thank you. Honorable Danu.
Thank you, Chair. Under item 25210, non-financial private enterprise, 0.008, VAT refund scheme for planters, breeders, fishers, and other specific sectors, Can the Honourable Minister provide how many planters breeders has benefited from this scheme?
As at May 2023, 4.5 million has been refunded to some 305 beneficiaries as follows. 3.6 million to 213 small planters, 0.8 million rupees to 80 fishermen, 7,500 rupees to one breeder, 25,944 rupees to one apiculturist, 20,804 rupees to 90 cultivators, and 11,523 to one cooperative.
Thank you. Dr. Honorable Boulet.
Item 22.120 fees, of which expert skills scheme. Now, budgetary provision of 35 million. If we can be apprised as to how the fees have been paid, if we can have a breakdown in relation to fees paid to experts skills.
Provision made for procurement of the services of experts and specialized professionals by ministries and departments for timely design, implementation, and operationalization of public sector policies, projects, and schemes. Presently, the services of 27 experts have been retained in some areas where there are a lack of skills and expertise. As at 31st May 2023, some 16 million rupees has been spent on the procurement of services of the 27 experts. 4.3 million in respect of 4 experts in legal services, 3.5 million in respect of 4 consultants for project implementation, management and design, 3.1 million rupees for the services of 4 experts in information technology, 2.2 million rupees in respect of 9 consultants in e-procurement, 1.6 million rupees in respect of 3 consultants for land surveying, and 1.3 million rupees in respect of 3 consultants in other priority areas.
Thank you. Honorable Amemia.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 22030, rent. It's a new provision of 100 million every year starting in 2023-24. May I know this rent is in respect of which building to be rented?
Provision made for rental of office space to accommodate ministries and departments presently located at the Emmanuel Anctil building.
Honorable 2. Honorable Béranger.
L'honorable ministre peut-il déposer la liste de ces consultants et experts, s'il vous plaît, les 27 consultants et experts qu'il a, cités sous l'item 2220.040. Merci.
Oui. Yes.
Okay. Honorable Nagalingam. So we move to page 476 then. And, Honorable Danu. Thank you, Chair. Item 28214, transfers to Public Financial Corporation, .001, Mauritius Africa Fund. Can we know from the Honorable Minister the members and their remuneration on the Mauritius Africa Fund?
So, the current board composition is as follows. We have Mr. Servan Singh, who is the chairman, Mr. Ramnyal, Mr. Somali, Mr. Sonu, Mr. Venkatasamy, and Mr. Somi, who are members of the Mauritius Africa Fund. The chairperson has a fee of 40,000 rupees and the other directors 20,000 rupees.
Thank you. Honorable Juman.
28213, décimal 0.29, STC. Je vois qu'il y a 500 millions de roupies qui étaient alloués à la STC, maintenant 250 millions de roupies. Peut-on savoir de 500 millions de roupies été utilisés pour Quoi?
Provision has been made for a contribution to the price stabilization account for Mogas, if required, so as to enable the State Trading Corporation to maintain the price of Mogas at 69 rupees per litre.
Thank you.
And you were asking for 22-23. So, as at date, 334.2 million has been spent as follows: 275 million rupees as contribution to the price stabilization account, 59.2 million rupees to enable STC to supply edible oil at subsidized price of 75 rupees per litre.
Thank you. Honorable Amiamio.
Thank you, Chair. On page 476, item number 26,333.205, National Resilience Fund. There is an amount of 4 billion which is being budgeted this year. May I ask the Honourable Minister, why is it that we are transferring again 4 billion rupees when at the 30th of June 2022, the Director of Audit mentioned that we have 4.1 billion rupees in this fund?
Provision required to enable the National Resilience Fund to part-finance schemes and programs being implemented under that fund. For financial year 23-24, it is expected that some 7 billion rupees will be required for financing of various schemes and programs. This includes the 2 billion rupees for refund of registration duty, 1.3 billion rupees for biomass framework and support to planters and farmers, 700 million rupees for Mauritius Tourism Promotion Authority schemes, 408 million rupees for schemes being implemented by the Economic Development Board, 400 million rupees are scheme for companies under industrial electricity tariff, 288 million rupees for training and development schemes, and 200 million rupees for the development of vaccine and pharmaceutical sector.
Honorable Mayut.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Item 28.216, transfers to regional and international organization. Can the Honorable Minister give us more detail about the Regional Multidisciplinary Center for Excellence, please? Decimal 0.0011. Thank you.
Provision made as per the host agreement between government and RMC to meet operational expenses of the center, such as rental of building, utilities, stationaries, and salaries of staff. As at 31st May 2023, 2.9 million rupees has been disbursed under this item. The RMC was incorporated on 29th March 2010 by 3 members, namely Government of Mauritius, COMESA Secretariat, and Indian Ocean Commission. It is a regional initiative driven by the Government of Mauritius and developed in consultation with the EU and the World Bank, as well as regional trade blocs, namely COMESA, SADC, and OIC member states. The RMCE aims at improving the capacity for policy making in the Eastern and Southern African region and the small states.
Thank you. Honorable David.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 28.217, decimal 005, little a, refund scheme for recycling of PET bottles. Je vois qu'à partir de cette nouvelle année financière, il y a un budget de 30 millions de roupies qui est prévu. S'agit-il de la mise en place du nouveau dispositif de Deposit Refund Scheme annoncé dans le nouveau budget? Et si oui, quelle est la base de calcul en termes de nombre de bouteilles collectées et recyclées pour arriver à ce montant?
Higher provision has been made because the rate of refund for recycling of used per bottle for domestic purposes will increase from 15 rupees per kilo to 30 rupees per kilo and it's a policy decision.
You, Chair. Under item 28-214-001, Mauritius Africa Fund Limited. Everywhere we are asked to vote around 20 million rupees for that company. May I know from the Honourable Minister, up to now, how much money has been invested by that company in projects in...
The main achievement initiated, carried out, so government has to date injected a total amount of 180 million into the company as equity. Then I'm going to say, signed G2G MOUs and framework agreements for the implementation of projects. These projects with the government authorities of Senegal, Ghana, Côte d'Ivoire, Madagascar, and Kenya for the development of special economic zone projects. Developed the appropriate corporate structures and incorporated the special purpose vehicles to harbor the projects and facilitate investment into the development of the projects. Established and consolidated partnership with multilateral agencies including World Bank, IMF, African Development Bank, Fonds de Solidarité Africain, African Finance Corporation, Afrexim Bank. That's it.
Honourable Dulab. Can we move to page 477?
Okay.
Item number 32145, decimal 200, regarding setting up of SME parks by the DBM. Can we have more details for this item, please?
Provision made for a loan to DBM in connection with construction of 3 SME industrial parks as follows: 15 million for industrial park at Plaine Magnan, 18 million rupees for industrial park at Vilma, and 117 million rupees for industrial park at Solferino.
You are done?
Done.
Honourable Kira, last one.
On page 476, is it?
477.
477, yeah. Item 32255, decimal 108, Fonds de Solidarité Africaine. An amount of 160 million budgeted for 23-24. Can we know if it is a new fund, and can we have some details also regarding this item?
In December 2008, a new constitution of the fund was approved and provided for an increase of the authorized share capital of the fund from FCFA 10 billion to 30 billion FCFA. Mauritius has signed this constitution in 2008 and committed itself to subscribe to the share capital. The FSA currently has 16 member states, namely Benin, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Central African Republic, Côte d'Ivoire, Gabon, Mali, Mauritius, Niger, Rwanda, Senegal, Chad, Togo, Guinea-Bissau, Mauritania, and Guinea.
Dr. Honorable Boulel.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, item 28-216, AfriTac South and IMF Training Institute. The objective is to turn Mauritius into a regional training center with the help of multilateral agencies. Now, 183 million budgeted in the financial year 23-24. If you can have a breakdown as to how this money is being spent, and would Minister tell us whether the training institute is functional and operating? Thank you.
Which item you on?
Provision.
Africa 28-16019.
Provision
Just hold on. Dr. Noble, we are on page 477 already. I'm sorry for that. Honorable Mia?
Chair, on page 477, item number 32155, shares and equity participation, Metro Express Limited. Last year, an amount of 1.3 billion was budgeted, and this year, 1,375 million rupees. Can I ask the Honourable Minister, what is and what has been the total amount that has been invested in Metro Express Limited, and also what is your expected rate of return in such a massive investment?
As at date, government has made an equity injection of 13.8 billion rupees into the Metro Express Limited. The provision required for equity injection in Metro Express to enable the company to meet expenditures follows: 575 million rupees for phase 1, 2 and 3, consisting of the following: 150 million for project supervision, 262 million rupees for ancillary works, 163 million for refund of taxes, 800 million rupees for phase 4, consisting of 220 million for project supervision, 97 million for consultancy fees, 303 million for ancillary works, and 180 million for refund of taxes and other associated expenses.
We have exceeded time by 4 minutes. So the question is that the sum of 20,475 million rupees for both 24-1 centrally managed initiatives of government stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no.
Aye.
Vote 25-1, contingencies and reserves.
The question is that the sum of 800 million rupees for vote 25-1, contingencies and reserve is stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no.
Aye.
So we got 8 minutes for this item, and it is on page 478. Honorable Amir Mia.
Every year, with an amount of 800 million rupees that is budgeted, may I know from last year's figure how much has been paid in terms of...
I am not the speaker.
Sorry?
I am not the speaker.
Mr. Chair, how much has been paid in terms of recurrent and capital contingencies?
So, the provision made in line with Section 5 of the Finance and Audit Act to meeting urgent and unforeseen expenditure arising during the course of this year. As at 31st May 2023, out of the voted provision of 800 million rupees, a total sum of 769.2 million rupees has been reallocated as follows: 569.2 million rupees from the recurrent provision of 600 million rupees and 200 million rupees from the capital provision of 200 million rupees.
Honorable Tim, in fact,
the purpose of reallocation, 569.2 million rupees has been reallocated for the following purposes: 300 million rupees for the payment of passage benefits to public officers, 168 million rupees for acquisition of security equipment, 55 million rupees for meeting mission expenses following the easing of travel restriction worldwide, 10 million for the hosting of Commonwealth law ministers, 2.4 million for meeting expenses, including the hosting of the Africa Middle East Joint Group meeting in Mauritius, 1.2 million for meeting expenses, and a new vote for Judicial and Legal Service Commission. The 200 million rupees has been reallocated as follows: 61 million rupees for payment of subscription to Fonds de Solidarité Africain in respect of capital call and Fonds spécial de bonification, 79 million rupees for acquisition of security equipment, 60 million rupees in respect of IMF SDR purchase to finance a purchase by Seychelles.
In fact, for this item, it concerns both pages 478 and 479. Honorable Utim, you got a question?
It's okay, already answered.
Which page? Any questions on page 478? If Rama got any, go Honorable 2.
Thank you, Chairperson. Item 26313.007, Civil Service Family Protection Scheme. Can we have some details on the screen on the increase of this provision?
Statutory charge is not voted.
Honorable Utim.
Yes, on government debt servicing, item 100.
Yes.
Page 79 concerns the statutorily charged. So it's not voted. It's not a vote item.
Okay. Okay.
Do not require appropriation.
Okay. So we move for the vote. The question is that the sum of 800 million rupees for vote 25-1, contingencies and reserves is 10 part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I suspend the sitting for 10 minutes. Please be seated. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, I understand you got a personal point of explanation.
Thank you, Chair. I have sought your permission to address the House on a point of personal explanation. Yesterday, in the course of the Committee of Supply, the Honourable First Member for Vacqua and Floreal asked for the membership, the composition of the board of the NSLD and the fees paid to board members. I was provided with a list which I read out in all good faith, only to realize later that in fact I had been provided with the composition of the board of the NHDC as opposed to the NSLD. So I do tender my apologies to the Honourable Lady, and I seek your leave, Chair, to table the composition of the board of the NSLD as I was requested and the information required.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Vote 8.1, Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities.
The question is that the sum of 3,780 million rupees for vote 8.1, Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities, 10th part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. We start with the subhead 8101. We got 5 minutes for this subhead, and which starts at page 238. Honorable Usman Mohammed.
My question is on 239. So can I ask?
No, just hold on. 238. Honorable Amiyamiya.
On page 238, item number 21110, extra assistance. There is an amount of 3.7 million rupees. May we have the details and the breakdown of this figure?
Yes, Chair. Extra assistance concerns the payment of salary to 4 advisors, namely Mr. K.A. Lai Kongling, Advisor on Information Matter, with a salary of 66,000 rupees, 66,200 rupees. Mr. T. Musan, Senior Advisor, with a salary of 94,500 rupees. Mr. V.D. Jaman, Technical Advisor, with a salary of 85,250 rupees. And Mr. Mertu, Public Relations Officer, with a salary of 25,575 rupees, and other allowances in relation to the above, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Janu.
Thank you, Chair. Under item 21110, personal emoluments, can we have more details from the Minister, please?
Okay. 21110, personal emoluments. You want more details, huh? Can I get more details? Because I see that the provision is based on the actual trend. This item, Chair, caters for personal emoluments, including payment of increments, allowances, and other staff costs and social contributions in respect to 82 funded posts.
Honorable Béranger. Honorable Nagalingam. Next page. So we move to next page, 239. Honorable Osman Mohammed.
Mr. Chair, item 26313.098, Utility Regulatory Authority. I see that the provision is being increased from 16.25 million rupees last year to 20 million rupees. Can I ask the Honourable Minister, how is that so when we were given to understand that future years will be better for the URA because it is income generating?
Yes, Chair, the item caters for the operational costs of the URA where government grants supplements license fees collected by URA during the transition period. Government grant has increased as it is from 5 million rupees in 2022-2023 to 20 million in 2023-2024 to cater for the full operationalization of the URA, and it is expected that the URA will be self-financing over time. Chair, we need to approve grant for the URA, Mr. Chair, because we are going through a transitional period, and grants during that transitional phase will be provided by government, and this will be supplemented by license fees and revenues raised by the URA. Thereafter, the URA should generate adequate revenue to meet its running costs. I understand that the URA has worked out an estimated revenue plan over the medium term.
You're done?
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Béranger.
Item 22120, fees. Can we have a breakdown, please?
22120. This item provides for payment of fees to chairmen and board members of boards and committees as follows: Departmental Bid Committee and Bid Evaluation Committee, 600,000 rupees, fees for training, 150,000 rupees, and subscription fees to professional bodies, 37,000 rupees, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mayat.
Thank you, Chair. Item 22900, other goods and services. Decimal 955, gender mainstreaming. Can the Honourable Minister give us more details in regards to the gender mainstreaming, please?
Yes, I need to get, Chair, I understand that this item caters for 955. This item is meant to cater for activities with regard to gender mainstreaming, and in 2023-2024, it is proposed to organize a workshop on gender mainstreaming, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Time is over for this subhead. We move to subhead 8102, Energy Services. We got 10 minutes. Start from the bottom of page 239. It goes up to page 240. Page 239. Dr. Bulel, your question is on page 240. Any question on page 239? No. Page 240. Honorable Ashabadan.
Merci, Chair. À la page 240, à l'item 22 900, décimal 09, Energy Efficiency Management Office. Je vois que le budget pour ce Energy Efficiency Management Office est de 800 000 roupies. 400 et 400. Ouais, 400 et 400, oui. Donc, Est-ce qu'on peut savoir du ministre pourquoi cette très importante institution de ce office a un budget aussi maigre de 400 000 roupies et si ce management office a un directeur à plein temps?
Yes, Chair,
Honorable member, you got two questions in your question. Just limit to one, please. Help me.
Yes, Chair, I understand that the provision is for expenditure relating to organization of the energy efficiency competition, that is cash prizes, procurement of shields and workshops, consultation meetings to be organized by the organization. I understand also, Chair, that during the financial year 2023-2024, it is planned to have 2 workshops which will be held for the EPC framework project, while a training will be held during the same financial year for the same project. And according to the terms of reference for the project, EEMO will bear the cost for logistics for the workshops and training sessions. Yes, the office has a director, and the name of that director is Mr. Ositohal. I also understand that the budget of EEMO is spread throughout various items of the budget, including staff, projects, and other costs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Bhagwan.
Thank you. Page 240, 26313.139, Marina. We are being asked, I see there is a reduction compared to last year. I do not know why. And secondly, this Marina, whether there is a board with the composition of the board, whether there is a chief executive, can we give us his name and what are his conditions of service, the monthly pay packet, and when he was appointed?
Yes, Chair. Let me first of all give the composition of the Board of Marina. That is, we have as chairperson Mr. D. Jahaja. His date of appointment was on the 27th March 23. Mr. Bikaru, a representative of the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities, appointed on May 22. Mrs. S. Mihilol, a representative of the ministry responsible for the subject of environment, appointed on January 21. Mr. Emnish Ordin, a representative of the ministry responsible for the subject of finance, appointed January 16. Mr. Kevin Ramkelon, Chief Executive Officer, Business Mauritius, and he is a representative of the Joint Economic Council. He was appointed in April 18. Mr. Rodi Lolchan, Senior Lecturer, Department of Physics at the Faculty of Science. He is a representative of the University of Mauritius, appointed December 20. Then we have 2 persons having wide experience in the field of energy sector, engineering, finance, and management. They are appointed by the minister. One is Mr. Yashad Ibrahim Saib, appointed on May 21. One, Mr. Vishwanath D. German, appointed December 20. Then we have 2 representatives of non-governmental organization having as object the promotion of renewable energy. They are also appointed by the minister. They were both appointed on December 20. One is Dr. Zahir Alam Urban, strategist from the Portways Development Initiative, and Mr. Roshan Sibu. We have also 2 members of the National Assembly, which are appointed by a speaker, that is Honorable Rajana Dalia, PPS, and Honorable Osman Mohamed. We have also 2 members from the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. The 2 members of the National Assembly here in Mauritius, one was appointed, Osman Mohamed, in January 2016 and Mr. Dalia in September 22. And we have 2 representatives from the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, Mrs. Rosemary Franchette Gaspard Pierre-Louis, appointed on April 22, and Monsieur Franco Aubrey Grandcourt, appointed on April 22, and Mr. Danen Bimadou, who is now the Chief Executive Officer of Marina, with a salary of 110,125 rupees.
Thank you. Honorable
Thank you, Chair.
On page 244.
No.
Sorry.
We're on page 240.
240, yes. Item 22130, decimal 001, letter E, promoting sustainable green and blue economy in Mauritius. Can we have some details on the activities for the promotion of same?
You're referring to consultancy on electric vehicles, Honorable Member?
Studies.
Yeah.
22130, studies and surveys.
Okay. Yeah, this item, Mr. Chair, concerns the promotion of sustainable green and blue economy in Mauritius. I understand that under the joint SDG fund, Mauritius has been allocated an amount of USD 718,900 for the development of an enabling environment to catalyze public and private sector investment in the ocean renewable energy sector. The consultant, that is the Technical University of Denmark, has been recruited in March 2023 to undertake the pre-feasibility study on the potential sites for implementation of offshore wind, followed by the conceptual design of the most economic implementation plan. The offshore wind component of the project will be completed in September 2023. The other components of the project for the financing strategy and capacity building will be completed in April 2024. The pre-feasibility study for the implementation of offshore wind is conducted, like I said, by DTU for a total sum of 179,310 USD. The remaining grant of approximately 540,000 USD will be used for other activities under the same project as follows. That is financing strategy for development of ocean renewable energy in Mauritius, and data and capacity gaps for the deployment of ocean renewable technologies, but all that will be addressed through a gender-inclusive approach. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable David.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 22900, decimal 099, little a, Energy Efficiency Management Office. The Honorable Minister has already explained about the expenditure of 400,000 rupees per year. Can I ask the Honorable Minister to clarify, if he can today, about when will the double EMO and the Marina be merged as announced in the annex of the budget?
Chair, we have proposed the merging.
I think, Honorable David, I don't think your question is admissible here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for that. Okay. And time is over also, so we move to item 8103.
81?
Water services. It starts at page 240 up to 243. We got 10 minutes for this item, and let's listen to Honorable Asyawaden.
241
240.
240
Oui.
Non, 240, non, j'ai déjà posé la question.
Okay, if you don't have a question on 240, let's go to Honorable Kiran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 241, under capital expenditure. Excuse me? No, 241. There's only one chairperson, please. Yeah.
No, go ahead. There was no question on page 240. In fact, the subhead starts as page 240. There was no question, yeah? So?
Yes.
So you are on page 241.
41, yeah?
Okay, that's good.
So,
No,
as I
there's
said,
only one chairperson here.
Yes.
And that's
and
me.
it's you.
And that's me.
Yeah. Yeah. Under capital expenditure, item 28223, decimal 010, Central Water Authority Pipe Replacement Program, et Beaubassin Rosil. So, Mr. Chair, from a project value of 491,620 million, can we know for 2022-23 there was an amount of 182,340 million which was earmarked? Can we know if that sum, that amount was totally spent? And can we know where pipes have been replaced in Beaubassin Rosil, please?
Chair, provision in 2022-2023 was made for completion of outstanding works at Rosil Zone 1 and 2. Hydraulic works have been completed in-house by the Central Water Authority in December 2022. Road reinstatement works have been outsourced and completed in March 2023. Provision of 2.8 million in 2023-2024 is met for payment of retention money for road reinstatement works. With regard to the list of the roads, Chair, if you'll allow me, I'll have to circulate the list.
Okay.
Chair.
Honorable Ashyavaden.
Page 241, à l'item 28-223, décimal 010, Central Water Authority Pipes Replacement Programme. Je vois dans la liste soumise par le ministre 16 régions pour ce programme de replacement programme. Est-ce que je peux savoir du ministre quels sont les critères pour la décision de ces 16 régions? Parce que dans la circonscription numéro 15, il n'y a même pas une région impliquée pour l'année financière en cours.
Honorable Ashyavaden, it is also a policy matter. I think you better
Non, mais 540 millions est demandé à être voté.
Yes.
Je voudrais savoir les critères pour ces régions. Quels sont les critères choisis par le ministère pour allouer ces régions?
You can have a question concerning the amount that has been earmarked. Okay?
Non,
But,
pas nécessairement.
concerning the reasoning behind, this is a policy matter. Please, you got up to 2 o'clock to send a question today. Yes? No. Please. Next question, please.
540 millions de roupies pour le replacement of pipes. Je voudrais savoir quels sont les critères utilisés pour ces 540 millions de roupies.
Vous n'arrivez toujours pas à me convaincre que votre question est admissible. So we move to Honorable David.
Chair, can you request the honourable member to withdraw what he said? He said c'est une protection du ministre.
Protection du ministre.
He cannot say that in Parliament.
Yesterday I was called a goalkeeper. Today I'm called a protector. No. Please withdraw. Please withdraw that word. Please. You can have next week if you put your question by 2 o'clock today.
And I'm willing to reply.
Non, je suis pas en train de rire. Vous n'avez pas le droit de parole, simplement, je vous demande de withdraw ce que vous avez. Okay, thank you. Honorable David.
Thank you, Chair. Page 242,
No, we are still on 241.
42?
Honorable Fouquion. 241.
Item number 22120, decimal 008, fees to consultant, review of legislation for water sector and technical review of dams and other water resources infrastructure projects. Can we know, may we know to whom were awarded the consultancies?
Yes, Chair. I understand with regard to the fees paid to the consultant for the review of the legislation for the water sector, a sum of 5 million was provided in 2022-2023 for the enlistment of the services of a consultant to work on the water resources bill. Following an international bidding exercise, a consultant has been appointed, namely Mr. Melvin Woodhouse, to work on the water resources bill, its regulations and operationalization. Now, in view of the specialized nature regarding design and implementation of dam structures and the complexity of the works, the services of an international dam expert with adequate skills and experience that one will be enlisted to assist the WRU, and a provision of 8 million has been made in this present budget. Now, the requirements for the dam expert shall be at least a degree in civil engineering with a minimum of 20 years relevant international professional experience, and the expert should have been involved in at least 2 projects related to dam design and 2 dams project with regard to specific construction management and contract administration. This is the information that I have, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Lakshman Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Under item capital expenditure 28222.014, transfers to households water tank grant scheme. Can the Honorable Minister provide details with regards to the criteria and the number of beneficiaries under this?
The criteria is a policy matter.
Okay. Number of beneficiaries?
Baby.
Yes.
This is admissible.
Chair, I understand that a provision is made for the operation and management of the water tank grant scheme by the DBM. The scheme provides for a grant of 8,000 rupees to families with a total household income of 50,000 rupees for the purchase of a water tank, that is for a maximum amount of 5,000 rupees, and a pump for a maximum amount of 3,000 rupees. Now, there is a new provision in this budget for 2023-2024. The grant for water tank has been increased from 8,000 to 15,000 and extended to households with a monthly income of less than 60,000 rupees. I also understand, Chair, that the number of applications approved for financial year 2022-2023 at the level of the DBM, that is the Development Bank of Mauritius, the number of applications approved stands for water tank at 23,375, and for domestic water pump at 22,400. Since some additional information, Chair, since the introduction of the scheme in 2011, the total amount disbursed today stands at 637 million.
Honorable Minister, excuse me, please. The question was the number of beneficiaries, please. And I think you have replied. If you got additional information, please circulate.
Yes.
Let's take Honorable Lobin.
Already canvassed. Thank you.
Honorable Osman Mohammed.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Item 22120.08, fees to consultants. B, technical review of dams and other water resources infrastructure projects. Quite a lot of investment going in there over the next 3 years. Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether this include studies on desiltation of dams? Because silt accumulation over time reduces storage capacity of reservoirs.
That I will need the information to be able to reply to that question.
Let's take another question in the meantime. We go on page 242. Honorable Bhagwan.
Thank you. Page 242. Oui. Point 015. On nous demande de voter 98 millions pour la CWA. CWA. Can the Minister at least give us a composition of a board who is chairing, especially who is the General Manager, his name, when he was appointed? This is total monthly pay packet. The number of subcommittees, is a member or chairperson, and how much he is remunerated for these
Honorable Bhagwan,
CWA.
we are here to approve the amount. Okay?
We approve the amount to give to the board. It's the board who is going to manage that 98 million. Public money, consumers' money.
But for today, let's stick to the approval of the amount. Okay?
How can I approve an amount I don't know the board?
No. But your question is not relevant. Either you find another section under which you can put your question that you're putting. Yes, but it has nothing to do with the amount which you are requested to vote on at the moment. It has nothing to do. How which I'm protecting? You must withdraw this word. I'm not protecting anyone. I'm not protecting anyone. I am not protecting anyone. If I've got someone to protect, is the population of Mauritius. Honorable David. It is. And you don't. No. I am the chair. I have to decide whether the question is admissible or not. I'm not protecting anyone. If I've got someone to protect, is the population of Mauritius, and I repeat it again. Honorable David.
Thank you, Chair. And under item number 28223, decimal.
Will you please keep quiet? Honorable Bhagwan, withdraw from this house. I am ordering you out. For now. I am ordering you out for the whole of this today's session. Honorable David.
Under item 28223, decimal 010, little j, New Plaine Lausanne pumping station. I can see that during last year we had 30 million earmarked, and now 40 million rupees for this new financial year. May I know from the Honourable Minister the status of this project?
Yes, Chair, can I reply to
Yes,
an earlier question put by Honorable Osman Mohammed with regard to whether the consultancy and studies included desiltation? I understand that the studies funded in the budget do not include desiltation. Now, can I now react to Honorable David?
Yes.
Plan, was it with regard to renewal of pumping main for New Plaine Lausanne pumping station? Was that the question? No.
Little j, New Plaine Lausanne pumping station to Upper Monroe Reservoir.
Yes. Yes, Chair. This is a new project to improve water supply in the regions of Valle Pito and Trengba, and that project is expected to benefit some 4,000 subscribers with an improved hours of supply from 10 to 16 hours daily. Now, the objective of the project is to lay a dedicated pipeline from Plaine-Lezan pumping station to Upper Monron Reservoir in order to transfer some additional 2,000 meter cube of water. Now, presently, Upper Monron Reservoir is receiving about 6,000 meter cube per day from Plaine-Lezan pumping station. The scope of the works mainly consists of a supply and lay of 5.2 kilometers of 400 millimeter DI pipe, that is from Plaine-Lezan pumping station to Upper Monron Reservoir, supply and laying of 100 meters of 500 millimeter DI pipe, that is from the pure water tank at Pai to existing pipe to Plaine-Lezan pumping station and associated works, road reinstatement works. The expected launching date will be July 2023, expected award date October 2023, start of work November 2023, and the duration of the contract is 15 months. Now, let me give the reason for the delay. Chair, in June 2021, bid document was floated and procurement proceeding were suspended due to challenge from a prospective bidder, and thereafter cost estimates had to be revised due to increase in prices. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Time is over. We move to the next subhead, 8104, wastewater services, which is on the upper part of page 244. We have a question from Honorable 2, it seems. No? Honorable Osman Mohamed. Page 244. Item 8.
Yes. Thank you. Item 32155, shares and equity participation, Wastewater Management Authority, which is an income generating department as well. Can we know more about this share and equity participation? What is the return that government is expecting from this over time? And how has it been for last year, for example?
I don't have. Chair, funds, I understand, are being provided under the shares and equity participation to meet costs related to the following sewerage projects. There are a series of projects. I'll enumerate on those projects. That is the Pai-Gibi Sewerage Project Phase 2, Grand Bay Sewerage Project Phase 1B, CHA States and Low-Cost Housing Sewerage Projects, Bain des Dames Sewerage Project, Highlands Sewerage Project, Canrouillard Sewerage Project along Jawaharlal Nehru Avenue from junction S. Hossain Avenue to 810 Road, sewerage project at Morsel Mangoula, Mali, refurbishment of Saint-Martin treatment plant, refurbishment of Montagne Jaco treatment plant, procurement of vehicles in relation to taking over of NHDC sites, sewerage project at Carolalo Vallée des Prêtres, that is for consultancy, sewer extension works at Phoenix, Quatre-Bornes and Port-Louis, Cancavale Sewerage Project, Rodrigue Sewerage Project, that is consultancy, Sewerage Project at Cuapip, that is at Wouton and Abelakai, Waste Water Rehabilitation Works at Dubreuil, Wastewater Project for connection at Flat Guillard, Pointe-Sable, Wastewater Project at Quatre-Bornes, Phase 1, Route Bassin, Raoul Rivette and others, sewer connection for the Victoria Urban Terminal, and Sewerage Project at Cité Vallée des Prêtres and Bernardin de Saint-Pierre Road, Sewerage Project at Cité La Ferme, sewerage project in the regions of Quatre-Bornes, that is La Source, Oli, and Candace. Construction of new office at QPIP. Implementation of centralized SCADA system and control room. Reconstruction of sewers, septic tank, and absorption pit at Chamarel Housing Estates. Sewer extension works. Sewerage project at Morcellement, Goulamali, Terre Rouge. Sewerage project at Pointe-aux-Sables, that is consultancy. Sewerage diversion works at Avenue Sivananda, opposite Vakwa Market, and house-to-house house service connections. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Kira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 244,
yes.
Under capital expenditure, upgrading of sewerage infrastructure. For 23-24, there's an amount of 200 million.
Which item you?
Upgrading of sewerage infrastructure.
Quel numéro?
Item 22145, decimal 517C. Okay?
Okay, okay.
Yes. Can I know from this amount which has been budgeted for 23-24, 200 million, if the regions where these upgrading works are going to be carried out, if these regions have already been identified, if so, to give details?
Yes, I can give detailed, Chair.
Yes.
I understand that the Wastewater Management Authority is presently implementing the contract for sewer repair works under the framework agreement. It is also undertaking upgrading works at the different pumping stations and treatment plants, and provision in the budget 2023-2024 caters for expenditure related to the following projects. That is, framework for sewer maintenance work, supply, installation and testing of submersible water pumps. There are 11 sites concerned. Supply, installation.
Honourable Minister, can you table the list?
Yeah, I can table, but
okay.
he's asking the details.
No,
I'm giving him the details.
Okay.
They should know what they want, Chair.
Let's have a question from Honourable 2.
Thank you, Chairperson. Already canvassed.
Okay.
Can I, Chair, can I interrupt you? Honourable Kirai seems to be saying something. Can you please repeat?
Yeah, I'm just asking the Minister to please table the answer. Thank you. That's all I've said.
I'll be very glad to do that, Honourable Member. Don't worry.
Yes.
Honourable David.
Thank you, Chair. The item number 32145, decimal 517, little a, Kensington Sewerage Project in Pointe-aux-Sables. I can see that during the last financial year there was a budget of 31.76 million rupees, and no further budget is being earmarked for the next financial years. May I know from the Honourable Minister the status of that project, please?
Chair, the provision in 2022-2023 was made for settlement of claims from the contractor under a contract which was completed in September 2018, where negotiations have been conducted between WMA and the contractor. There are a series of information, but as you said, Chair, I'll stop there.
Honourable Utim.
Here we are asked to vote under item 32, 158.316, 1 billion rupees of investment into Wastewater Management Authority. So may I ask the Honourable Minister to give us the name and package of the General Manager, and if there is no General Manager, when will a General Manager be appointed?
The Wastewater Management Authority? Okay. Yeah, I understand that Mr. Jawahir is the acting officer in charge since 2019. He is paid a basic salary of 103,875 with compensation of 1,400, traveling allowance of 13,200 rupees, a monthly fixed cost allowance of 2,460, and a monthly allowance to act as officer in charge of 45,000 rupees.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Asyabadan, please.
Thanks, Chair. À la page 244, à l'item 3245, C, repairs, maintenance, etc. On nous demande de voter 200 millions de roupies for this repairs and maintenance. Est-ce que le ministre peut nous dire si un contracteur et quel contracteur a été choisi pour ce job? Je demande au ministre de répondre sans être irrité ou être frileux.
Okay, you have made your point.
Yeah, but Monsieur le Président, il n'a pas à me qualifier l'honorablement. Je ne suis pas d'accord. I will request him to withdraw what he just said.
No, he's only reacting. He's reacting to what you say. So please.
Je retiens le mot frileux, irrité.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy. Yes, Chair, earlier I gave information with regard to this budget item, and I also stated that the projects will be implemented under a framework agreement. Additional information requested is the names of the enlisted contractors. They are H. Padayachi Company Limited, Servang Limited, Onyx Company Limited, Safety Construction Company Limited. A start of the works are as from January 2023 for a duration of 12 months, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Time is over for this subheading. We go to the last one. Subhead 8-105, Radiation Safety and Nuclear Security Services. We got 5 minutes for this subhead, which it's on 2 pages, 244 and 245. Honorable Lubin.
Thank you, Chair. Page 244, item 21.110.005, extra assistance. May we have more detail from the Honourable Minister with regard to the budgeted sum of 550,000 rupees for this item, please?
Honourable Minister, is the next subhead 8 with bar 105.
Bar 105. Yeah, I'm on that page. I have the information.
Okay.
This is a new item, Chair, to cater for the services of a legal advisor and a communication officer on contract to support the RSNSA in delivery of its objective. Now, following the mission conducted by the IAEA in Mauritius, that is the international organization regarding radiation safety and nuclear security services, the experts have recommended the recruitment of a legal officer to provide assistance to the RSNSA for an effective enforcement of the RSNS Act 2018, and also the recruitment of a communication officer to promote activities to improve radiation safety and nuclear security awareness in the country. And I understand that they would be recruited on a contractual basis for a period of 6 months, both of them. The legal officer will be give an allowance, a monthly allowance of 65,000 rupees, and the communication officer an allowance of 30,000 rupees. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now move to page 245, and I will request Honorable Jival. No? Honorable Osman Mohammed.
Thank you, Chair. Item 31.112.01, construction of buildings. May we have more details about this, please?
Construction of buildings. Yes, Chair. The provision has reduced as the construction of the new offices for the RS and SA have been completed and handed over. However, some additional infrastructural works has to be carried out, and provision is made accordingly, and this concerns construction of a security post for 750,000 rupees, upgrading of landscaping and drainage work, 250,000 rupees, and yard lighting for 350,000 rupees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I will now invite Honorable Nagalingam for his question.
Item 26210.074, International Atomic and Energy Agency regular budget. Some detail?
Yes, Chair, this item caters for yearly contribution to the IAEA in respect of membership fee. That is for the year 2023. The contribution was 36,692 euros. Technical cooperation, and for the year 2023, the contribution was 16,668 euros. The increase, I understand, is due to fluctuation in foreign exchange rate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We got time for a last question. Maybe it will come from Dr. Honorable Billion.
Item 22.12 fees. If you can. 22.12 fees.
Okay.
If you can have a breakdown in relation to the fees to whom this fees has been paid.
Yeah. Chair, I understand that this budget item provides for payment of fees to the chairperson and members of the RS and SA board for an amount of 400,000 rupees, and for the training of RS and SA staff for 90,000 rupees.
You are done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
The question is that the sum of 3,780,000,000 rupees for both 8.1 Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours.